Hello and welcome to episode 13 of Vampire the Requiem, Louisville. Uh, I'm here with one of my players as Melody is still dealing with family stuff. So I'll throw it over to Robin and let her tell you who she is and what she does.
Hi, I'm Robin. I'm playing Dee Dee. She's a vampire of the Invictus Covenant and Deva clan, and she has a YouTube cooking show that she puts on twice a week.
So, but you're sort of running reruns now. You're in
Right.
hiatus because
I'm on vacation.
you're on vacation in New Orleans. But you should have known from your previous year or so that you never really get to go on anything as simple as vacation.
Right. It hasn't been
Uh,
super relaxing so far.
right. But you and Sarah and Hanley are in New Orleans, staying at Magnus's estate. And for some reason that you guys aren't really too sure about now, you've been finding dead bodies with the previously dead police chief's fingerprints all over them. So everybody's like, what in the world is this crap? You've got the ghost of the police chief killing people, or
Right.
or or at least that's how the newspapers put it anyway. So we, where we left it, you guys went and talked to the deputy chief of police, and that's when you found out that the the actual chief had died a couple months earlier, and that the police department is currently looking for a new police chief, but they haven't hired one yet, which means who in the hell's doing this, and why are they trying to frame a dead guy?
Or is it the dead guy?
That's one of the things we have yet to figure out. So, um, th- this evening starts off as most of them do. Your um, sunset alarm goes off, and you awaken to find yourself basically all tangled up with Magnus. The alarm didn't wake Magnus. He's still asleep. But you are somewhat partially pinned by him. So, what are you going to decide to do?
I'm just gonna lie here and let the alarm beep
Wakes him
till it
up?
annoys him enough to wake him up. Yeah.
Uh, and after a little while, it does. But it's at an annoyingly high volume when it actually finally wakes him up. And without even really opening his eyes, he squeezes you tighter and kisses you. And then opens his eyes and looks at you and smiles. Looks like we're in for another interesting evening.
Well, I would say so, considering we're going to be talking to some voodoo people.
Eh. No, all we really have to do is go talk to Mabel, and Mabel will send us to the right person, shall we say.
Well, the deputy chief wanted us to do it there at the police station. He said he was going to call some people in.
Hmm. No, no problem having the word out on both ends.
Well, that's true.
Because we don't know what's doing this at this point. The only clue we've got is that whatever's doing this, is using the dead police chief's fingerprints, which means if it's not him in zombie form, it means somebody's carrying around his fingerprints in their pocket.
Or his hand, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be the easiest way. If you're gonna do that, it's like just chop his hand off and go from there. But, because if you were just taking the skin, you'd have to be really careful with it. It would just decay and you wouldn't be able to use them anymore. So,
I wouldn't think it would be too pleasant to carry around a severed hand after, a week or two, but
no, not really. It would definitely start to smell. But some people are just determined, I guess. um, so Magnus rolled over and goes, and what were you just about to go do before I woke up?
well, I couldn't really do a whole lot of anything. I was stuck under you, but
Well,
at this point, I think we ought to go get some blood before we do anything.
probably. Um, so he rolls over and lets you climb out of bed, and he climbs out on the other side. Yeah, let's go down and get some blood before we, like, head to the shower and get ready to go.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Mm. And that way we can check on Sarah and see how she's doing. Um, I was thinking about having uh, calling my sister and having my sister take Sarah clothes shopping while you and I are off investigating things. 'Cause she was saying she didn't bring very many clothes with her, so yeah.
Well, as long as you think your sister's someone Sarah will get along with, because we don't want her
Well,
going, wolf and in the middle of a clothes store because they had an argument or something.
well,
Hmm.
um, no, as far as that goes, my sister and I give each other grief, but that's a sibling thing, I know. You know?
And I'm assuming your sister's with one of us.
Yeah, I turned her myself.
Oh, all right.
I turned my whole family. I was the original and I ended up turning the whole family. Because I have enough money that I don't want a bunch of humans trying to. Yeah. At least now that the whole family's turned, it's like we're a company of vampires, so it makes things easier. I just have to tell my sister ahead of time to, like, just help the girl go shopping. Don't get any uh, strange ideas because, she is a werewolf and could,
Right.
and that after we have some go in the dining room and have some blood, I'll give her a call. See if she's doing anything. So the two of you walk into the dining room. You see Chef Wong. He's already working on food for breakfast and stuff. Uh, but you don't see anybody else in the dining room. It's just the three of you. And Magnus walks into the kitchen, gets into the fridge, and grabs the two of you favorite blood type. And poured a couple of mugs as Chef Wang is working on stirring something. And its main component has to be blood, but you're not sure what he's doing to it. And Magnus comes back in and hands you a goblet, um, tankard. We'll let Sarah uh, sleep until we have our blood and I'm able to get a hold of my sister, because if she's busy, we have to come up with some other thing for Sarah to do.
Well,
Although,
you can have your werewolf security hang out with her.
well, yeah. And although, even if my sister doesn't do it, somebody's got to either take her clothes shopping or go shopping for her at some point. It'd be really interesting to see her and my security walk into the mall and Yeah,
looking for little girls' clothes. Yeah.
yeah, like that'd be a whole lot of fun. Uh, so, so what do you think you want to do first?
Well, I mean, like I said, the deputy sheriff's expecting us to go on over there, so maybe we ought to do that.
Mm, yeah, and I was also thinking you might want to check with Kylie and see how the reruns of your shows are doing.
Yeah, I ought to do that. And
It's, you've been here a couple of days, so like if you were home, you would have a live show due tonight. So
yeah, I'll call her and see how what's up with that. And maybe we ought to call Corvus and see if he's heard about anything regarding Mercy and the doctor and everything. See if
well,
I mean, I know they would have called us if anything major had happened, but
man,
just see if they've heard anything.
uh, mm, why don't you go ahead and call Kylie first and get make sure all your show stuff is taken care of. And I'll go wake up Sarah and uh, then I can start making phone calls.
Right. So I'll call Kylie.
So he puts um, his tankard down on the table and walks out of the dining room. And after 2 or 3 rings, Kylie answers the phone. Hello?
Oh, hey Kylie, it's Dee Dee.
Oh, hey Dee, what's up?
Oh, I was just want to make sure things are going all right with the show reruns. Have you been playing something?
Yeah, and I've been going by the current schedule, so yeah. Uh, I was just thinking that there's an episode that needs to run tonight, so I'm gonna little bit before the show, I'm gonna go back through the video library and see which rerun is suitable. How are things going with you guys?
Well, not quite as relaxing as we'd hoped. We've got dead people popping up over here.
That's never a good thing.
Not
Well,
really.
I guess if you live in a cemetery, it's not too bad. But other than that,
Well, the weird thing is the person killing them seems to be someone who's dead himself. So
that makes it a bit confusing.
yeah, it's a little weird. I will say though, what's going on back home isn't going on here, so that's a plus.
Well, maybe we can keep it localized till we figure out what's going on.
Speaking of which, is there anything new on that front that you know of?
Uh, um, Corvus hasn't mentioned anything, but I also don't know if the princess told him not to say anything either.
That could be. I mean, I can sort of understand that. You don't really
Yeah,
want too much panic going around.
right. So it could be either they haven't come up with an update or they just haven't told me yet. One or the other.
Or, maybe no news is good news, I hope.
Yeah. Mm, we don't need any more, shocking developments.
No, we really don't.
Uh, Humans tend to have uh, nervous breakdowns way too easy in situations like that.
Well, I sort of don't blame them in this particular situation.
Well, like most of them haven't seen a werewolf before. Come
Oh,
on.
I was talking more the disease and what that shit does to humans.
Well, yeah,
We,
that is definitely not catching a cold.
yeah, the werewolves are a whole mother thing.
And they,
Those those we do have here, but so far they're not terrorizing the city. So
well, that's a plus. And then, and then you think of the poor humans. Yeah, they've dealt with those two things, and then somewhere down the road they find out that vampires are real too. Yeah, people jumping off bridges and crap. And so, let me guess, you probably don't have any idea when you're coming back to Louisville or.
no, not at this point. Wasn't really planning on getting tangled up in a bunch of stuff here, but I guess there's stuff we need to figure out. So might be a while.
Yeah, sounds like it. Well, I'll keep running reruns twice a week till you get back.
Great, thank you.
Uh, I gotta go now. Corvus is yelling about something. Uh, as my luck, his Wi-Fi went down or something silly like that. Um,
I guess you better go see what he wants.
yeah. Hopefully, we'll get to talk soon.
Yeah, I'll call you later.
All right. Here, click. And Corvus's voice sort of died down. The last thing you heard before she clicked was him yelling about something. whatever's going on, things aren't paradise in his office either.
Well, there's a lot going on in Louisville.
And about the time you're done, uh, Sarah comes charging into the room and like attaches herself to your leg. She's like, "Why'd you guys let me sleep in today?"
Yeah, we figured, with everything that happened yesterday, you could use a little extra sleep.
Uh, Hanley gets me up as soon as he gets up because he's got to head off to the strip club. So, and
This wait a minute, his strip club is in Louisville.
yeah, she's talking about when she's normally
Oh,
in Louisville with him. She's like, he gets me up as soon as he gets up because he's got to go off to work. And usually I've got dogs I've got to feed anyway, so this one will be easy. There's only one. Yeah. Magnus walks up behind her and goes, "Yeah, my security's a little different than yours. My security will actually kick your butt and then eat you."
well, I mean, it's not too different. Still of the canine variety.
Right. Except these canine can do like sidekicks and shit. Yeah. Little more trained than your average canine. Uh, Plus, they get to ride around on motorcycles. Sarah's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna ask one of them if I can do that at some point." Maybe one of them will take you on a tour of the property because I've got quite a bit. So, and you guys have just seen a little bit of the inside. You guys haven't seen the rest of it yet. But Magnus turns to Dee Dee and goes, "Is it just you and me, or does he want Hanley to come too?" Or
I don't remember us actually mentioning Hanley. I think he's under the impression it's just going to be us.
okay. Oh, which car do you want to take? You want to take the limo or something a little less eye catching? Or do you want to take one of the sports cars or what?
So I'm sort of looking at him like, how many cars have you got?
uh, that current 26.
Oh, well, that's quite a bit more than most people have.
Well, as part of the other part of the property that I was just mentioning. Part of it is a warehouse with 26 cars in it. And they are all maintained and managed by my chauffeur at this point.
All right.
So,
Well, we could give the limo driver a little break, and we could take one of the others.
uh, I've got a couple of roadsters from the 40s. Got a couple of muscle cars from the 60s and 70s. Uh, got a 1924 uh, Porsche 911. He said, yeah, I just got that last week.
Nice.
Special order. It's got more horsepower than they put in their normal cars. Which, he's like, come to think of it, that's scary because the normal 911 for 1924 or 2024 has 569 horsepower in it. So, uh, trying to compete with the new Charger that came out. Uh, but mine, mine has around 700 in
Wow.
it. It's a toy. I want to play with it.
Well, hell, let's take her out and stretch her legs.
Yeah. Now we can definitely do that. We can get to the pol- police department via the long way around. Mm. Definitely take it out on an open patch of freeway that I know about. See how far, see how high up we can get it. It's the advantage of being a vampire. You get, you get in a car accident, you're gonna live through it. So,
Right, but if you get pulled over, you better hope it doesn't happen anytime near sunrise, because
well, yeah.
they could, keep you detained for a while, and suddenly you're
Poof.
you're nothing but a pile of ash in the driver's seat.
Eh,
That
and the
might make
guy
the
that
cops that make the cops wonder.
and the guy that was sitting there at the corner of the room guarding you freaks out completely because you just spontaneously combust in front of him, and he's like, "Holy crap!" But so you and you know you give Sarah a hug and a kiss and tell her uh, you guys will be back later, and you
So
head out to
did
the.
Magnus ever get a hold of his sister?
I'm gonna roll for that and see. I forgot about that. He was apparently he caught her Well, she was headed out the door, but he was able to get a hold of her. And she said she would watch Sarah because any excuse to go shopping is a good reason to go shopping. So Magnus's sister is one of these people who they have a lot of money and therefore she doesn't care about spending it. So um, and he he bends down and tells Sarah that his sister is gonna come and take her clothes shopping so she'll have more clothes. And uh, that you and he have to go to the police department and that she can hang around in the kitchen with Chef Wong till his sister gets there.
Just don't piss him off.
She's like, "Oh, I like the old man. He gives me, samples of stuff. It's like, I get to taste this stuff before you do. The, the only problem is it's not very solid as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Don't know how you guys can eat this stuff. But
Well, honestly, not many people but us know how we can eat that stuff. I bet if you asked a human if they could eat it, they would definitely be like, "Oh hell no."
no. Ingesting too much blood will make a human nauseous, so they're not likely to want to even try it.
But actually, there's one other group of creatures that are right there with us. Mosquitoes. We're mosquitoes agree with us.
Yeah. You guys, you and Magnus leave the dining room and head down the hall. And there is a actual underground, I guess tunnel is the best word for it, uh, that leads from the back door of the Magnus's estate to uh, the warehouse where his cars are. So uh, during rain, thunderstorms and stuff, it's still covered. And, and you guys get to this big metal rectangular. It looks like it's not really a warehouse. It looks like two of those metal shipping containers sort of welded together. And the two of you walk inside. There is indeed 26 cars in this storage, large storage container, for lack of better. And and you see Model A's. Um, you like he said, you see muscle cars from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. The limo is sitting there. It's got the hood open. They're doing something to it. But in the front left corner, there's a dark forest green Porsche sitting there. He takes you over to it. This is my latest toy.
Very nice.
Um, 200 is about as high as I've had it up to so far.
Did you say 200?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
And in reality, a new Porsche 911 will do 180, 190 top end. And with the boost in horsepower that Magnus paid for, this car will do over 200 miles an hour. Normally, they don't let Porsches on that level out of Germany, but Magnus has connections.
Mhm.
So, yeah. You know, the right people to talk to, you can get anything.
Right, very true.
So you up to seeing how fast we can get this thing to go?
Well, yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Mm. We've got a little bit of time before we were supposed to meet the deputy sheriff, so let's see if we can get it over 200 this time. And the two of you climb in, and Magnus uh, hits a button on the driver's armrest, and the front loading door to the makeshift warehouse opens, and and he's able to just drive the car out of the storage container. So um we could definitely take a drive uh, down near the swamp before we have to go to the deputy sheriff's. It's the swamp roads are good because there's generally never a lot of people around there. So we can open this thing up and stretch it out and see what it'll do.
All right.
Yeah, it's annoying. Car insurance people call me, and I keep telling them I don't need car insurance, and
Well, I mean,
so
I guess that might be a little more useful to us than life insurance.
yeah. Well, it's a state law in most states, but being that I'm dead already, it sort of, eliminates the purpose.
Right is not too useful to us.
Mm. And he, yeah, hits the gas and runs it through its 6 gears, and before long, you are moving at a fairly rapid pace toward, if you looked in front of you, you could see the swamp just sort of open in front of you, and the car keeps getting closer and closer. At yeah, you're doing about 160 at this point, and but after a few minutes, he slows down, turns off the main street onto this what looks like a 4-lane county highway that tra- uh, goes along the swamp, uh, and basically past the city limits out of New Orleans. And when he gets past the city limits sign, he steps da- he steps down on the gas pedal, and you feel quite a significant lurch as the car goes from about 140 to somewhere past 200. And the only way you could tell that you're moving is that the yellow line on the county highway keeps moving, because you can't feel anything. You're going at such a high rate of speed that it's all smoothed out. uh, you would say if you could feel anything, it feels like you're floating, because at that speed with the uh, shock absorbers on it, you can't feel anything. And yeah, and Magnus takes corners, and yeah, he's comfortable driving at this speed. And he's like, well, I think we finally pegged it. It's at 2.25.
Are you
And
serious? It don't feel
yeah,
like it.
yeah, well,
So I'm gonna like look at the speedometer.
yeah, and it's a digital speedometer, and it says 2.25. Like, yep, we better, you know, head back into town and get this thing with the deputy sheriff taken care of.
Might as well.
So he slows the car down, takes a hard left turn, and heads back the other way. Eh, And just to obey traffic laws when you hit the city, he slows the car down. Like, he's like, that's why I don't use this very often. This car was not made for city driving. It was made to get you from Germany to anywhere else within like, you know, 10 minutes.
Right.
Yeah. Um, But so you guys get to the police station fairly quickly, and you pull into a empty spot next to the door. And you, the two of you jump out and walk in the door, and you walk up to the officer at the desk on duty, and he's like, "Hello, how can I help you?"
Oh, we had an appointment with the deputy sheriff today.
Uh, Let me look it up real quick. And she punches up his schedule on her computer. And, oh, you must be Magnus. And he nods. The deputy sheriff is in. Just go straight to the back of the room and then uh, turn left and follow the little hallway. So you guys do that. A couple minutes later, you're standing outside the deputy sheriff's office door. And you can hear that he's on the phone and he doesn't sound very happy at all. So Magnus decides to knock on the door, and the deputy sheriff's like, "I'm on the phone, come on in." And you and Magnus walk in his office. And he motions for you to sit down, and then he says, uh, "I'm doing the best I can. I tell your people to give me more information to go on, and maybe I can come up with something." And then he hangs up the phone. He says, "That was the prince of the city. He's been on my butt ever since this thing started."
Well, I mean, not really your fault, I don't think, but he just wants you to get it figured out or what?
Yeah, he wants vampires to stop dying. So he wants me to figure it out. And that's the main reason I brought you guys here today, or wanted you guys to show up today. Have you remembered anything different since we last talked?
No, I still don't really know what's going on here.
Uh, we better find out quick, because the reason the prince called me is that two other vampires were found early this evening with the same markings as the others.
The sheriff's fingerprints, you mean?
Yeah. So whoever's doing this is either a disgruntled ghost or somebody who's at the very least upset with the vampires in the area because that makes 6 or 7 now. So we want to limit the body count the best we can until we figure this out.
Right. Well, I guess today we're gonna try to determine whether or not it's a voodoo thing. See if they're,
Yeah,
you know, somebody's controlling the dead sheriff
yeah,
somehow. So did you line us up some people to talk to?
yeah. It was. I found out that when you're looking at the voodoo hierarchy structure in New Orleans, when you get to the top of it, there's only 3. And they're waiting in the conference room down the hall.
All right. So are we gonna talk to them one at a time or all together, or how we gonna work that?
Uh, no,
I imagine one at a time would be better.
yeah, because if it's one of them, we don't want the other 2 knowing about it. Because, you know, if it is one of them, they might tell us if they're not all there together,
Right.
or at least tell us if there's problems within the voodoo community anyway. Um,
Of course, if it's one of them, then they might point their fingers at one of the others to throw us off. But
mm, I've got one of my uh, IT people working on compiling the backgrounds of these 3 people so that if there's anything in their history that we need to know about, we'll find out. Uh, well, why don't you guys wait here and I will bring one of the people out of the conference room in here and we can have a little conversation.
all right.
So he gets up and walks out the door. A couple of minutes later, he's sort of politely escorting this mixed race lady with gray braids that go down past the middle of her back. And he pulled the chair aside for her and she sits down. And he turns to you guys and says, "This is Artemis." Obviously, not her real name. um, but she's been a fixture in the voodoo community since long before I even ever got here. And she breaks in and goes, "Yeah, I was the first voodoo priestess here before those other two decided to uh, interfere, shall we say." Because I'm 94 currently. I've been here for almost 100 years. And when the people go to the other voodoo priestesses and pay money and find out that their stuff doesn't work, that's when they show up at my door. Because the other two are considerably younger than I am. So the younger crowd gravitates toward them first. I just sort of sit and bide my time because I know that they're all going to end up on my door eventually. So, what can I do for you?
Well, I imagine you know, keep up with what's going on in the news and all, and I'm assuming you know that the police chief passed away a few months ago, right?
She gave you this sort of sideways smile and goes, "Yeah, I heard something about that."
Well, it seems recently there have been several deaths, and he is somehow appears to be involved, as in his fingerprints have been found on him. And this is since his death a few months ago. This is like, in the last few days. So we were kind of wondering if you might have any idea how something like that could come to pass. I mean, the deputy sheriff here told us that there is something to the whole zombie thing, you know, in New Orleans. And I was just wondering if that could be a possibility. Could someone have done whatever you need to do that to him and be controlling him somehow?
It's possible if you have the correct ingredients. It's possible.
And can
Uh,
you think of any reason someone would want to do that? He or it or whatever's been going around killing a very specific dynamic in the city.
well, being the chief of police, I have no doubt that he's collected a fair share of enemies in his job.
But if he's being controlled, then it would be whoever's controlling him, his enemy is not his own, right?
Yeah, it would take an extremely knowledgeable priestess to do that. Your average young ones, yeah, creating a zombie is and doing it well enough to make it useful takes work and skill that I doubt if the other two I was in the room with have.
Oh, now I need to phrase this really carefully. I'm thinking to myself, but so are you saying then that you yourself would be able to do something like that if you wanted to?
And her dark eyes sort of twinkle a bit, but the partial smile disappears, and she looks straight at you and says, I've had occasion to do it in the past, several of such. Uh,
Now, can you think of any reason someone would want to do that with the chief of police?
well, like I said, he's no doubt garnered many enemies in his time as police chief. Uh, I can think of 4 people off the top of my head. They might want him dead ultimately, but I don't know why anybody would go to the trouble of doing the zombie possession spell on somebody if they ultimately wanted to kill that person. Because that's a lot of effort. And voodoo wise, so you just don't randomly do something like that.
Well, can you think of anybody who might have a certain prejudice towards uh, groups of people living around in this area? I mean, someone who didn't like, say, people who only hang out at nights.
Let's see here. Hmm, hmm. She chuckles. She says, "You you don't have to be that delicate about it. I noticed the first time you smiled that something wasn't right."
All right, well, if I don't have to be delicate about it, then someone's going around killing vampires and leaving the dead sheriff's fingerprints all over them. Can you think of anyone who'd want to do that?
Well, like I said, the sheriff has collected a lot of enemies in this town before he uh, disappeared out of nowhere.
Right, but if it is him, he's not acting under his own control, so it's somebody else who's telling him who to kill.
No, that's possible. But um, besides myself, there's only maybe one person with that kind of control over their voodoo. In fact, you probably know her. Everybody in town does. In
Oh, you're
fact,
not talking about that bartender, are you?
Mabel,
Really?
Yeah.
Well, shit. But
In
one of the
fact,
victims was her own cook. She wouldn't.
give me uh, give me a wits and intelligence roll.
Let's see. Wow. That is four successes, and three of them are tens.
Wow.
And so that's four successes altogether.
You look at this person and you suddenly realize that thinking back to the last time that you saw Mabel, that this person looks quite a bit like Mabel, like they may in fact be family members.
But like I said, one of the victims was Mabel's chef. She wouldn't kill him, would she?
Hmm. I said she had the power to do it. I didn't say she was the one doing it.
I look at Magnus and I'm like, did you know Mabel was some sort of voodoo priestess?
Mm, I knew she practiced. I didn't know that she was that high up into it. It's, you know, not really something we talk about. It's sort of along the lines of uh, she and I don't talk a whole lot about vampire stuff because we don't have to. So,
Well, since she is a vampire, I don't see why she'd want to go around killing other vampires. I look back at Artemis and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that seems more like something a human would want to do than a vampire.
well, like
I
I
don't say
said,
it out loud.
she may have the power to do it. I'm not saying she did it. I'm just saying I don't know a whole lot of other people in this city that have the power to do that.
So I'm just going to ask her flat out, did you do it?
Nope. And I seriously doubt if Mabel did it. It may be one of Mabel's connections, but
So I look back at Magnus and I'm like, well, maybe we're going to have to talk to Mabel. That's going to be an awkward conversation.
he said, yep, that's true.
I still think we ought to talk to the other two here first. I mean,
Yeah.
you're probably right. They probably don't have a whole lot to add, but just in case.
Um, the deputy sheriff says, I'll escort you back to uh, the conference room, and for now, you're free to go. Just if we ask you to make yourself available at some other point, please do.
I do have one more question. Has anybody, customer wise, come to you recently and asked for, you know, instructions on how to do the whole zombie thing? Is that something you willingly, some information you willingly give out to your customers, or something they ask for typically?
Well, not usually that. Most customers, even the ones that aren't tourists, usually want, spells to bring them money, spells to get a divorce, spells to, attract that cute redhead you're staring at, that sort of thing. Uh,
Well, shit, you don't need a spell to get a divorce. All you have to do is slap papers in front of them and say, sign it.
well, some people are stubborn. We have to nudge them sometimes. Um, Somebody wanting a spell like what you're talking about is a much more complicated thing. And if somebody comes asking a spell like that, you immediately start wondering what their power level and what their education level is, because that's not something somebody off the street comes in and goes, I want you to do this. Yeah.
So you haven't had anyone ask recently in the last, week or two?
No.
Where did that dice go? Ah, it's weird how dice fall on the ground and then they just disappear.
The carpet can be that thick.
No. And it's not like it's colorful. You think you see it die.
Uh,
I don't know. Maybe it fell into an alternate dimension.
Hopefully it didn't fall into the air conditioning vent.
Oh no, I got it.
Uh,
It was hidden in the coils of the computer cable.
ah,
Now the air
trying
conditioning vent's over there.
what?
The air conditioning vent's over there.
Ah, um, it was doing its best to hide, apparently.
Yes.
Um, so the deputy sheriff escorts the lady out of the room, comes back 5 minutes later with this. You'd say, if you looked at him, he's maybe 30 years old, and he has long dreadlocks, and he's light brown color. And when he says hello, you notice a very distinct Jamaican accent. Uh, what can I do for you?
So I'm just going to ask him the same questions I asked the last one.
And he rubs his rubs his chin and sort of plays with the end of one of his dreadlocks. and you can see in his face that he's got this look of basically, what do I tell them at this point? He's definitely, the look on his face is definitely not sure what to do. So he takes another minute and then goes, the energy around the neighborhood has been feeling rather weird recently.
What do you mean?
Well, the energy in this section of New Orleans is usually less tense and more laid back than most of the other areas of the city. But right now, even this section of the neighborhood feels uncomfortable to me. So, um, he says, specifically, what is it you would like to know?
Well, so I mean, the sheriff's dead, right?
What now?
You know the sheriff passed away a few months ago, right?
Yeah.
Well, can you think of any reason his fingerprints would be showing up on dead bodies in the last few days?
Nope. Uh, he thinks for a second, then he goes, you know what? Um, and he looks around to make sure that you and the deputy chief and him are the only three in the room. Well, I guess Magnus is in there too. But he's like, "Hmm, don't let this spread. But there's been a guy into my shop several times. And just from what he said, I think the man has, how should I put this? His two favorite things in life are werewolves and vampires. And
Favorite is in things he likes or things he wants to hunt down and kill. I mean, let's
um,
define favorite here.
well, he's never mentioned wanting to kill any of them. Well, doing a background check and a sanity exam, more to the point, every time a vampire or werewolf was mentioned, he would get extremely excited and agitated. So,
Have you by any chance get this guy's name, or do you have a description of him or something?
yeah, um, we've got a description of him from the police report.
You filed a report against him?
Somebody did. I think it was a club owner or something where he was. It gave us an excuse to run a background check on him in any case. And the vampire and the voodoo priest sitting in the chairs, like, yeah. I could tell he was kind of heavy when he walked into my shop.
What was he in there for? What did he ask you to do or give him, or what did he ask for?
Uh, um, Something very odd now that you think about it. He asked me for the ingredients to make a talisman against vampires.
Really?
And I
And
thought that was
did you
very
supply those
strange.
ingredients?
Yeah, I sold them to him. But I thought it was really bizarre considering he is one.
Oh, oh, he is one. Okay.
If he wore this thing against his chest, he couldn't do anything. It would work on him as well as any other one.
But if he was real careful with it and didn't let it touch himself, he could use it against other vampires.
If he had it like wrapped in, say, a silk cloth, and he could put it in his pants pocket and it wouldn't bother him.
Or if he decided to make a zombie or have someone do it for him, he could have that thing carry around a talisman against vampires, I
Yeah,
suppose. Hmm. So I look at the deputy sheriff and I'm like, yeah, we're going to need all the information on that guy because I think we're going to want to talk to him too.
no,
But he didn't ask you for anything like that, did he?
no, he just asked for the ingredients to make the talisman for him. After I sold it to him, I was hoping he'd get the clue, but because if he were to combine all these ingredients and magically empower them and then touch them, it would injure him. So I figured he'd get the clue at some point.
I don't know. It's vampires that have been showing up dead, so
Yeah, I've heard about that. I didn't think about it being him, though.
uh, do you have any idea or suspicion of anyone who would want to do that? Kill a bunch of vampires?
Well, I have heard some rumors flying around that there is a sect within your own community that are that lean more toward excuse me, lean more toward the scientific end of things. And there is a covenant of vampires that are more scientific than the others. And
Well,
well,
there's also a coven, I guess, called the Seven. And, I've heard of them.
well uh, but you wouldn't, you know, you or Hanley or Magnus would know them if you saw them.
Right.
Yeah. So,
Well, I've never seen any of them, but I've heard of them.
well, Magnus and Hanley have, they would be like, oh, that's what that is. And they haven't mentioned that. Uh, but I have a tendency to believe it's that group. And I'm uh, going to look them up really quick. So I
But
know.
why would they want to kill other vampires?
I have no idea. Cause oh, it could be a distracting from something else. Keep the police busy or something. One never knows what somebody has planned.
So you think this guy that came into your shop might be one of them?
Could be because he was buying all the necessary ingredients for it. Either that or he was buying them for somebody.
Well, I definitely think we need to track him down and have a talk with him.
Oh, then, then you need to talk to the other person in the uh, conference room. And when she said that, she says it with a rather venomous attitude. She says, not the first guy you talked to, but the one that you haven't talked to. You need to
Has
do.
has the customer you're talking about gone in to see that person too? Then
Um, let's just say that this person was openly attempting to start a voodoo war between the two of us. because he was originally connected to her,
Oh, all right.
and then started shopping at my place. And she apparently found out about it and wasn't real thrilled. In fact, before you guys started talking to us, she confronted me in the conference room and I told her, look, the guy shopped at my place one time, and if she wants him that badly, she can have him, and the two of them can take a hike. And so, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll talk to her, but we're definitely going to look up this guy. Hopefully, she can give us a name or something.
That I'm not so sure about, because I don't know what they're actually up to and whether she is involved in some way, shape, or form. If she is, she's going to protect them if this guy is the one doing this.
Well, it sounds likely, but who knows? Anybody could be doing it.
Mm,
Kind of, I mean, I'd kind of like to think it's not a vampire going around killing vampires, but
mm, mm. In a way, I'm not surprised because even when we're human, we kill each other for less reason than we've got now.
well, that's true. And I sort of laugh and say, I can say that as a human myself
Yeah. Yeah. No.
because, I'm not a vampire or anything.
She just sort of smiles. You forget when a vampire walks into a room with another vampire, they can smell it.
Right, but this voodoo priest ain't a vampire, is he?
No, but she's obviously dealt with them before. And she's like, and I have a question. Why are you guys, if you're human and this guy's killing vampires, why are you even concerned with such a thing?
So I laugh and I smile enough for her to see my teeth.
And I kind of guess that. Because, yeah,
But it's nice to know I can pass.
uh, you can pass if you don't smile a lot. Hmm, hmm. The deputy police chief uh, escorts her out of the room, and a few minutes later brings in this girl that looks like She's like 19, maybe. She got wearing jeans that have holes in them and, fake plastic jewelry. And she literally looks like a teenager. And like, she sits down and goes, "Hi, I'm Lana. How can I help you?"
Well, some questions about a customer you may have had in your store a few times.
Okay.
Uh, I don't really have a description, but male vampire.
Hmm. I get a few of those every now and again.
You ever had one asking about, you know, ever ask you for anything to ward off vampires?
Uh, she, her eyes twinkle and she lets out this rather low whispered laugh and it says, 80% of my clientele come to me for that.
Well, I'm talking about just your vampire clientele. Have you had any vampires ask you for anything like that?
You mean, have I had a vampire walk in and ask me about how to kill other ones?
Yes.
Uh, Only once that I can recall. I sort of blew it off. I didn't really put much in it at the time.
Did you give him what he wanted?
I sold him the ingredients, yeah, because different mixtures of those same ingredients can do different things. So,
Well, did you happen to get the guy's name or do you have a description of him? And I'm thinking if she gives us a description, we can check it against the police report.
well, I can pull up the receipt out of the computer and it has his the name and date, all of that stuff on it.
Well, that would be
So
helpful.
I can do that. And she walks over to the register and presses the history button. And so apparently this happened 5 days ago, right before I was going to close the store for the night. This guy rushes up to me and says that he knows what he wants, shows me a list, and then it's like, if you stay open for a few more minutes, I can go get all this stuff, and then I'll let you close up for the night. And so I let him in. I wasn't, thinking anything of it, because I hadn't shut the register down quite yet. I was like, I guess I can do one more before I close. And in about 10 minutes. He brought up an entire basket full of little vials of stuff. And, you know, spending, and she looks at the receipt and says, huh, I guess I didn't look at the receipt the first time. He spent $190 on various little vials of stuff. And from the count here, there's like 8 different things. Yeah. They bought quite a bit of ingredients for some reason.
Hey, well, if his name's on the receipt, that'll be helpful. He didn't by any chance ask you about anything having to do with creating zombies, did he?
If he did, I can't honestly say that I remember him doing that. But if he did, it wouldn't surprise me. That's the second most frequent question I get. It's like, first question is, voodoo and zombies real? Second question is, how do you make one?
Have you had anyone asking that recently? Like in the last couple weeks or couple days?
No, it's generally just tourists, though. People who live here don't do that. Because they've heard enough stories of zombies that they don't tend to want to add to the genre, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of dead vampires popping up with the dead sheriff's, police chief's fingerprints on them. So we're just thinking zombie could be one option.
Yeah, it's would be the most difficult option, probably.
Right. Well, we're just trying to. That's why we wanted to talk to you, Threy, to see what's going on with that angle of things. But looks like we've got a couple of other people we need to talk to about all this.
Hmm.
Your customer being one of them, and
She turns to the deputy police chief and goes, the woman you had in here right before me, she probably mentioned that her and I don't get along very well.
well, yeah, she did say something about a little bit of a competition, shall we say?
Well, the girl looks at you and goes, okay, what covenant what covenant are you from?
Uh, have like I didn't tell her I was a vampire. How'd she know? So I'm gonna ask her, how'd you know I'm a vampire?
I've dealt with enough of them.
Well, all right, Invictus.
Um, the the lady you were just talking to, in fact, how would I do that? Give me a Uh, if I wanted a socialized and streetwise role, would you have any dots in either one of those?
I have one dot in Streetwise.
Okay, roll it and see if you get a success or not.
Okay.
Um,
I got a 10.
a what?
A 10. So
Cool.
yes, I did get a success.
There's
Okay.
one.
And that was a 6, so I got one success.
Um, you probably didn't notice, but the earrings that she was wearing were small symbols used by the um
Here we go.
okay, I had a second ago.
We're okay.
Um, yeah, the the earrings she was wearing were uh, smaller versions of symbols used by the Order Dracul. Uh, they were small dragons, I believe. Yeah,
But she wasn't a vampire, so she a sympathizer or what?
it's possible.
Oh, she
Uh,
did mention that group, but she didn't say anything about, being involved.
well, you've got just like human musicians have groupies, vampires have groupies too. And the Order Dracul is known for their level of science, a mixture of scientific and magical abilities. So
Well, can you think of any reason they'd want to kill off other vampires?
that I couldn't tell you. No, for that matter, it could be one uh, scientist within their ranks that is pushing all this. So I would suggest that you uh, start doing some research on that group and see what they've been doing recently.
Yeah, I also want to talk to this customer of yours, see if we can track him down. Uh, Ask him some questions.
Um, give me your number. If he shows back up again, I'll text you.
All right, so I'll do that and give him a number.
Mm. She takes it and puts it uh, in the cash register drawer. Well, um, I think that's all I can help you with. Uh, if I think of something else, I'll let you know. And the, actually, and she puts the piece of paper in her purse because she'd be at the police department. Um, and with that, the deputy sheriff escorts her out of the room and she is free to go back to work. And then he comes back in to where you and Magnus are, goes, well, apparently whatever this is spilling over to the voodoo community. All we need's more tension there.
Right. Well, I definitely think we need to talk to this vampire. Said you've got a description of him in the police reports. I'm sure you got a name then too, right?
Yeah.
So I guess we're gonna need that, and we'll need to track him down. And it looks like we're maybe talking to that the second lady we talked to again at some point. She seems to
Yeah.
maybe know something. She seems to be the most likely to know what's going on.
Well,
And I guess we're gonna have to, say a word to Mabel. I'm not too sure I'm looking forward to that.
well,
I mean, she's nice enough, but I don't think I want to get on her bad side anyhow.
no. Magnus looks down at you and goes, yep, that's definitely not a fight you want to get involved in. I've done it a time or two in 30 years and doesn't end up well for either person's. Best avoid that. And this the deputy sheriff uh, goes, I just hope we can solve this before too many other vampires end up dead. And having the dead police chief fingerprints all over this does not uh, look good for the police department.
No, I can imagine it doesn't at all.
So we need to get this solved and forgotten about as quickly as possible. If this gets out, nobody's gonna want to be police chief in this town.
Uh, I have a question. Why don't, I mean, you're the deputy chief. Why don't you just, why don't they just make you the police chief and call it good?
Well,
I thought that's what a deputy chief was for, like a vice president.
yeah, it is, but, and I am temporary acting uh, sheriff now, but the city council wanted a full out search for a new police chief. If they can't agree on anybody, I might end up being permanent police chief, but I won't know that till they tell me one way or the other. And my only issue with this guy that bought all these ingredients is we have no idea where this guy is. Could be anywhere.
Well, I mean, if you've got a name, then you've got to wait to search for him.
Yeah, I'll do that as soon as we get back to the police station.
Isn't that where we are?
Uh, yeah, I keep thinking we're at their stores, but they came to him or he went and got them. So yeah, uh, he's like, well, now that the interviews are over, we can do that and see what we come up with. So he walks over to an empty desk that happens to have a computer and yeah, brings up databases and stuff and types in all this guy's information from that he got from the receipt from the ingredients that this guy bought, and um, comes up with the name of Alistair Henson, and it's got the same address on it that the receipt information did, but it doesn't show a picture. So basically, you've identified the guy, but it doesn't show you a picture of him.
Well, it's got his address, and if he's a vampire, he's going to be awake right now. So maybe we ought to go knock on his door.
Yeah. Um,
I look at the deputy sheriff, and I'm like, maybe you ought to come along and make it official. You know, he's going to be more likely to answer questions with a cop there, I would think.
well, that's true. Um, so,
And I just realized that the deputy sheriff now knows now knows I'm a vampire after
yeah,
hearing these interviews. I don't
yeah.
think I told him that before.
And Um, Give me a wits and intelligence check.
I didn't actually think of that earlier. Ooh, no successes, no ones, so it wasn't a botch, but no, just a straight failure.
Um, all right. You don't notice the look on his face, but what you do notice is that he seems to have taken a couple of steps away from you and Magnus because he's realized through the interviews that you are a vampire, so he's assuming that Magnus is too.
Okay, well, since I noticed he's taking a few steps away from me, I'm gonna mess with him a little bit. I'm gonna tell him, no, it's all right. I ate before I came.
And you get this sort of half smile. Like, and he doesn't actually move uh, away from you anymore, but you can tell he's considerably more nervous than he was. He's not real comfortable talking to people in the voodoo community anyway. And so that got him, uh, shall we say, slightly off kilter. And then he realizes what you and Magnus are on top of that. He's suddenly feeling kind of nauseous and doesn't really know how to handle going further.
So I'll laugh and I'll tell him, well, you know all that's bullshit anyway. There's no such thing as real vampires.
He's like, if that's true, take the fangs out.
Oh, these? Yeah, these don't come out.
Yeah, didn't think so. Um, and Magnus is like, she's just giving you grief. Um, we need to get this done before more of us die.
Yeah, we'll go talk to this guy.
Hmm.
But I can't help myself, and I kind of glance over the deputy sheriff, and I said, "But I am getting hungry."
Magnus just sort of uh, gives an exasperated sigh and sort of pats you on the head and uh, grabs your arm and starts walking. It's like, we have stuff to do. Like, uh, you guys get to the sports car, and the chief is, and Magnum is like, you know, he is the deputy chief of police. Will probably end up being the chief of police by the end of this. We don't really want to give him too much grief. He can cause us problems.
Well, I wasn't entirely. I am getting hungry.
Well, maybe before we go out looking for this guy, we should either stop somewhere or head back home and get some food first.
Well, maybe we ought to head over to Mabel's and talk to her first.
Well, yeah,
Then we can get some blood there and kill two birds with one stone, so to speak.
that's true. Um, so uh, he says, I'm going to call the staff and get a hold of uh, Chef Wong and see what his plans for dinner are. And then I'm going to get rid of, get a hold of one of my other staff members and get them on the computer and get them started trying to look up background information on this guy. Because just because, if we're going to go talk to him, all the background information we can come up with would be a good idea.
Right.
And yeah, he's got the Bluetooth phone thing the way most people do these days. But he puts it on speakerphone, so it goes through the 8 speakers that are in the Porsche, and the first thing you hear is Chef Wong's voice yelling at somebody.
Well, sounds like everything's normal back at your place.
That sounds like Chef Wong is having his normal day, night. And, um, so you guys asked Chef Wong a couple of questions, and he's like, "Well, I can make anything you guys want for dinner. Just give me enough notice." So, do you have a preferred choice for the evening?
I don't know. I'm sure you can come up with something. I can't think of anything specific I'm in the mood for.
Okay. Magnus tends to either like uh, some form of Oriental or Italian. And Magnus is like, "Hmm, I guess Japanese would be good tonight. Been a while since I had authentic Japanese flavored food." So, and then Wong is like, I think I can do that. I think enough of my order came in that I've got the ingredients for that. And he's like, we really need to switch companies. These guys' delivery schedule is crap.
Missing some of your order.
Well, yeah, they always do. I very seldom get everything I've ordered. If it wasn't for Magnus telling me not to, I'd go down there and destroy the place.
It's probably a better idea not to do that.
Yeah, that's what Magnus thinks. Mm,
I mean,
Magnus,
I'm sure other people order from them too. You'd be messing things up for a lot of people.
which is why I think they wouldn't mind me going over and destroying the place. I'd probably have help. Uh, and Magnus goes, see what I have to put up with on a daily basis. He turns, he asks, at that point, he asks Chef Wong where Edward is, and Chef Wong goes, he's out in the yard. I can yell for him if you need to talk to him. And Magnus is like, an actual use for all the yelling that you do. That now there's a plus. And Chef Wong sort of grumbles. But you hear him yell for Edward. And a couple minutes later, Edward's on the phone, and Magnus goes, I need you to get on the computer and give me as thorough a background check as you can. And guess I got to give the guy a name now. Uh, and he he looks at the printout from the police department and goes, uh, his guy's name, if it's his real name, is uh, Landon Langley. Guess it's okay for a name, but I'd have picked something better.
Well, unless that just is his name.
Yeah, I blame his parents for stuff like that.
Right.
um, and I want every piece of information I can get on this guy. Because if this is the guy that's killing vampires, we need to get rid of this guy. So, if you could have a file ready for me by tomorrow evening, I would appreciate it. And Edward goes, no problem. You'll have a stack on your desk by tomorrow night. And you hear a click as Edward hangs up the phone. Uh, so we got that rolling now. I guess we can head back home, see what Chef Wong ends up with or comes up with, unless there's something else you need to do first.
I think we might as well. Well, you wanted to wait till we have more information on this guy to go over and talk to him, right?
Yeah, because from what we got out of the interviews, there isn't very much information on this guy.
Right. So I guess we ought to head over and talk to Mabel then.
That's true. Get a drink or two.
Right.
See if anything else has happened recently. So, Magnus steps on the gas pedal and the car speeds through town at speeds that it should not be going at in the middle of downtown New Orleans. And in a couple minutes, you're pulling into the parking lot of Mabel's red light bar. As you park the car and get out, give me a wits and perception.
Wits and intelligence.
Yeah.
It's a wash. I got one success, but I got a one, so nothing.
All you notice when you get out of the car is there seems to be a bit of a squabble going on outside. Uh, it sounds like it's coming from the alley behind the bar. And then as you start walking toward the door of the bar, you see Mabel walk out the door of the bar with what, for all intents and purposes, is a sawed off shotgun. And she's headed, you can see that she's headed toward the alley where all the fuss is going on. Do you just head into the bar and wait, or
Well, go like stand by the front door and kind of try to peek around the corner, see what's going on back there.
you and you see, literally, you see Mabel swinging the shotgun like a baseball bat. and she just cold cocking one guy after the next. And
So there's a group back there. It's more than two guys.
yeah, there's like 5 or 6 guys. And by the time you're able to get your head around where you can get a clear view, they're all laid out in the alley. And Mabel is just standing there. After a minute of surveying what happened, Mabel put the shotgun on her shoulder and sort of walked back out of the alley over into the parking lot. She sees you and Magnus standing by the front door. Like, what's this world coming to?
What was all that back there? Were they, gang fight or something?
I think it was just a card game that went wrong. Because they were peaceful for a little bit, and then the noise escalated, and there was screaming and yelling, and I just wasn't in the mood for it.
That's quite the way to take care of it, I guess.
They're less likely to do it again. But you guys come in and plop yourself at the bar and have a drink. Because I know I'm going to have one. In fact, I might have more than one. She walks back around behind the barn, sets the shotgun down, and goes, "Okay, what can I get the two of you?"
Well, I'll have some B negative, please.
That's an easy one. She, she turns to Magnus. Yeah. Magnus is giving her this fake, unimproving look. Like, uh, you shouldn't have done that. And at the same time, he's like smiling the whole time. She's like, "Don't give me that. You would have done the same thing." He's like, "I have done the same thing." Yeah. Without the shotgun, though. Uh, I've forgotten which blood type Magnus drinks. What? No, that was Marcy, though. Like, they be negative. I can't remember what Magnus liked. So we'll go with A positive. And she gets you your drinks, and then you see her pull a Magnum champagne bottle, size bottle, out from behind the bar, and she goes, "This is what I drink." She has this huge bottle in her hand. Like, so what brings you to over here?
Well, um, we were just doing some investigating of the whole, what happened with your assistant chef,
Yeah.
because guess quite a few more bodies have popped up with the dead police chief's prints on them recently, which is a little weird.
Yeah, I'd say that was a little weird, considering I went to his funeral 2.5 months ago. It was like,
And it actually came out that, I mean, someone mentioned that you've been known to dabble in the whole voodoo thing yourself.
mm, well, yes. My mother and my grandmother were voodoo priests during their life. If you live in this town for any length of time, you're going to run into it one way or another.
Well, just out of curiosity, do you think that could have anything to do with what's going on with the dearly departed sheriff?
You mean, do I think voodoo had anything to do with it?
Yeah, do you think someone's out there controlling the sheriff zombie and making them kill vampires? Could that be a possibility?
It could. And she gives you this sort of sideways, uh, sly look and goes, "You're working your way around to asking me if I had anything to do with this."
Well, not really, no. I mean, I wouldn't think you would. I was just asking if you would maybe have any ideas as to who could have done it.
No,
I mean, the guy was your chef. I can't picture you wanting him dead.
no. We had a nice enough uh, working relationship. He was fine. In fact, I was gonna give him a promotion and make him like second in command at the bar besides me before this incident happened. But there, if you're wanting to go at it from the the voodoo angle instead of the vampire angle, there are a handful of us in town that have made zombies before. And Magnus goes, "Yeah, we interviewed 3 of them today, and one of them told us to come and talk to you." She's like, "Oh, really?" Have to figure out who that one was.
Well, and speaking from the vampire angle, what do you know? I mean, I'm assuming as a bartender and you've been around this area pretty much, a long time. What would you happen to know about any members of the Order of Dracul?
No, it's another coven group. There probably 100 or so of them in town. Uh, why?
Well, that was another thing that we came across is apparently there is a vampire that's been asking voodoo priestesses for, means of killing vampires. And it was brought up that he may be a member of this order.
they they are scientific types. They yeah. No, I'm sure Magnus has told you what all the covenants are. Like there's the church, and then there's the Dracul, who are
Right.
scientists. Then there's the uh, this isn't the word, but I'm going to use it for speed. There's the Carpathians, who are, uh, if you were to compare them to humans, they would be the younger generation. They play with computers and stuff like that. They want to change the world and get rid of all of us old vampires and supposedly advance civilization in some way or another. Uh, but they're usually computer geeks. You don't see them very often. And they probably wouldn't have the knowledge or, frankly, energy to pull off something like this. Uh,
Right. Well, we're going to interview this guy. As Magnus has got one of his staff members doing some background on him. So once we get that, we're going to go talk to him.
yeah.
But
And you,
no, I wasn't asking if you were involved. I was asking what you happen to know about all this.
well, I hear the standard things that bartenders hear all the time. But most of the time, they're either rumors or outright false because they're made by somebody who just drank too much. So,
Well, we have got some guy running around killing vampires, so this is something we need to get to the bottom of.
well, yeah, I've, I've heard what's going on. It's just that, other than having a little information about it, I'm not very much involved in it,
Right.
other than the rumors I hear here and there. Uh, um, Magnus says, while you're finishing your drink, I'll call Edward and see if he's made any progress. Then he takes a couple of steps to the side and pulls out his cell phone and calls Edward. Um, Edward does. Strangely enough, there's not a lot of background on him. He sort of appears out of nowhere like 3 years ago. You go back before that, and there's just nothing. So that makes me rather suspicious myself because the, uh, if he's a vampire, there's no record of who turned him, who his sire is, you know, what covenant he belongs to. There's no real paperwork on him before 3 years ago. So I'm not really sure what you can do with that, but that's what I found out. Magnus goes, okay, um, we're gonna go talk to the guy. And
He wanted out. Yeah, he heard you in the kitchen.
well,
Oh, Chase wanted out of my room because Sean's in the kitchen.
uh, yeah, I saw him standing over in the corner by the door over there, and I'm like,
Yeah.
does he want out or is he just hanging out by the door?
Yeah, no, he heard Sean in the kitchen. He's getting food.
Yeah, like any noise from the kitchen and he's got to go check it out. So, um, Magnus hangs up the phone and walks back to the bar. Edward couldn't find a lot on him past 3 years ago, and that's making me a bit suspicious. Because where was this guy and who was this guy before 3 years ago? And
Right.
was a human back then?
Well, I guess we're going to have to go talk to him without a whole lot to go on after all.
Nope. Mabel says, good luck, guys. If I get anything, if I hear anything on this end, I'll let you know.
All right, thank you. Yeah, keep in touch.
And so the two of you walk out of the bar, get back in the sports car, back in the Porsche, and um, Magnus types in the guy's address to the GPS, and literally within 10 minutes, you're across town in the not so nice section of New Orleans where most people live in either trailers or or wooden shacks or the the leftover parts of houses that flooded but weren't completely destroyed. People have uh, tried to make them safe to live in with their own bare hands, like putting up boards and stuff like that. And you get to a driveway, what looks like a long driveway but the mailbox has the correct address on it. You, so Magnus turns the Porsche and starts heading up the driveway. The driveway keeps going for longer than you would assume it does. And when you get to the end of it, you are literally in a small patch of woods. And this, as you look ahead of you, as Magnus stops the Porsche and you guys start to climb out, you're looking at a very uh, makeshift sort of place. It's part RV, part tent,
Oh, fixer upper.
and it's got in the driveway next to it, there's a beat up pickup truck that's like from 1975. And as you close the doors on the portion, hit the button for security, you hear a very large bark. Uh, and from out of nowhere, this um, slightly overweight uh, Rottweiler comes rumbling around the corner, barking as loud as he can bark. And, and he sees the two of you and heads straight for you. But before he can get to you, you hear this voice say, "Get back over here." And the dog immediately turns around and runs back around the corner. A couple minutes after that, you see the dog walking calmly around the corner. And this guy that you got a description from about is holding on to a leash connected to a harness for this dog. And the man and the dog stop directly in front of you. You're about 5 to 10 feet away from the front door. He's like, "Well, obviously, my dog noticed something about you. So, what is it that I can help you with?"
Well, are you Mr. Landon Langley?
"I am."
Oh, we have some questions we'd like to ask you, actually.
"Okay. Who are you connected to?"
Uh, we're doing some, we're helping out the sheriff's department since, your chief of police is sort of indisposed at the moment.
"Yeah, I think I heard something about that." So you're here to help him how?
Well, apparently a bunch of people have been killed in the last few days, kind of suspiciously, and the deceased chief's fingerprints have been showing up on this guy, on these victims. Have you heard anything about that? Or?
Well, I don't have a TV or news at my place, but a little bit up the road where my sister lives, she has cable. And I have heard about it on the news. I didn't really do much checking on it after.
Well, the thing is, all these recent victims, they're kindred.
Hmm.
And we've discovered through our research today that you yourself have been in a couple of shops owned by voodoo priestesses asking for ingredients for things to ward off vampires. I just want to ask you about that because it seems a little strange, you being one and all.
Well, and he looks at you, and he looks at Magnum. Like, I, I can smell the fact that it hasn't been very long since you were human yourself.
20 years.
Oh, to a vampire, 20 years is a month. um, but you've been a vampire long enough to know that there are decent ones and then not so decent ones, if you understand.
Well, yes, I'm sure that's very, well, yeah, I know it's true. But I would think anyone going around, any vampire going around killing other vampires falls under the not decent category.
I'm sure the one that dies thinks that, yeah. Um, let's just say I've had a run in or two with a coven here and there, and they're not real fond of me, if you might say that.
I got you. So you wanna, so it's, you're saying it was a self-defense type of thing.
Well, if you combine self-defense with a preemptive strike, yes, because no, I haven't been able to concretely confirm this. But the rumors going around the vampire community are that there's a handful of vampires that are either working for or controlled by the voodoo community in this town.
Well, we were talking to a few of the voodoo priestesses today, and one of them, we've got reason to believe one of them has something to do with the Order of Dracul. I mean, she's not a vampire herself, but we've got reason to believe she's got something to do with them.
Um, could be a ghoul. Could be she's donating blood to them. Who knows? Uh, there are many functions that humans can serve for vampires without them having to be turned themselves. So it's possible.
Now, can you tell me uh, of these, vampires you're talking about that you've had issues with? Would one of them have happened to be the assistant chef at Mabel's Red Light Bar?
You happen to have a picture of the guy.
No.
Hmm. Because I don't know her staff by name.
Well, next time we see Mabel, we can ask her if she got a picture, and if you want to give me your number, I can text it to you.
Yeah, or what might be quicker is you follow me into my house over here, and I have a computer of my own, and I can punch up Mabel's bar and see if they happen to have pictures of the staff members, like a version of their menu or whatever, like most places do online these days.
All right, so I'll kind of glance over at Magnus and sort of like see if he thinks it's safe to follow this guy or if he thinks it's some sort of trap.
Mar- Magnus looks back at you and looks at you and then looks back at him and says, at the first sign of anything strange, I'm taking your ass out. Period.
Hang on, let me turn the volume up. My Bluetooth headphones, the battery just died, so
Oh, that sucks.
there we go. Okay. So you're coming through the speaker on the computer.
That happens to my brother while we're in the middle of phone calls too. It's why I don't use those things. Um, but the guy looks back at Magnus and goes like, "What? If I really wanted to attack you, I would have done it before now. In fact, if I really wanted to attack you, I would have let him do it first." Pointing to the dog. So, no, I'm not a big fan of somebody killing vampires myself. So, uh, and the ingredients for the ritual you saw, I was hoping to find some way to reverse whatever is going on. Uh, but if it's the ordered recall that we're playing with, their uh, mixture of science and ritual was a bit stronger than I can deal with.
Well, we don't know for sure it's them, but it's an angle we're working.
So you guys walk into the um, tra- you walk under the tent and into the actual RV part of his house. And he has a massive computer set up in his living room. It's got like 4 monitors to it. There's 2 or 3 separate towers. It's like computer is what this guy does. And it may in fact be the only thing he does. Uh, he's like, if my computer won't find him, nobody's can. Uh, in fact, the um, New Orleans Police Department have asked me 3 separate times now to sell them my computer setup, and I won't do it. Mainly because I have things on there that I don't really want them to see, if you know what I mean.
Well, I
Uh,
mean, you couldn't scrub it and then sell it to them. I mean, be some money, wouldn't it?
it might be, but then again, it might not be enough to replace it. But anyway, he sits down, he puts headphones on, and he touches the screen, and 4 monitors light up, and you see light of different colors going everywhere. And he, uh, with hardly any effort at all, he gets into one of the government databases. He goes, now, what did you want to know about this guy?
Uh, well, we just wanted to know if he was one of the ones that you said you had an issue with.
Oh, um, well, let me pull up his picture and see if he's the guy that I did have the issue with. So he hits another 2 or 3 keystrokes, and this picture comes up of this guy with salt and pepper hair, uh, a goatee, and a pencil style mustache. And, and, uh, and the and the guy you're talking to looks at the screen and goes, "Yep, that's one of them."
I don't say anything, but I'm kind of wondering to myself if he understands that he's sort of made himself a suspect just now.
And he sees you smile, smiles back, and goes, "Yeah, we had, shall we say, business dealings with each other."
Did he by any chance owe you money? I was told he owed a lot of people money.
Not recently, no. He did at one point, but he paid me back. So, don't really know why he would owe a lot of people money. What did you know about that?
Well, there was some conjecture that he might have gambling debts.
Oh, he's always trying to get a card game together, so it wouldn't surprise me. Uh, if you play with the wrong people, you might not be around long. But
I mean, there is the chance, of course, that you killed him as well, isn't there?
maybe if he still did owe me money. But like I said, he paid it off a while back.
So at this point, I'm just going to flat out ask him. I'm like, did you kill him?
Uh, nope. I had no reason to. If I had a reason to, I wouldn't tell you anyway. I don't know you from anybody else.
Well, we're trying to figure out who killed him and a bunch of other vampires, and how the dead police chief's fingerprints got on all these corpses.
Oh, really? You you might want to start there. Has anybody done any research on the background history of our quote beloved uh late sheriff by any chance?
Well, not thorough, no. Just heard he died 3 months ago or so.
Yep. And they had a really fast funeral for him, like the next day.
Right. What's so strange about that?
in New Orleans, funerals take days.
Oh, well, all right. Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
from
the
Kentucky.
there's for somebody who's like he, for somebody at the level of police chief, there'd have been a procession and the whole thing. It would have took days, and they buried the guy the next day. It, it all
Well,
seems
I'm wondering if that means he's not actually dead and he is in the clutches of some voodoo person.
that thing in itself made me suspicious, and then nothing else has been said about the sheriff since then. It's like they buried him and he disappeared, and nobody's willing to talk about anything.
That does seem a little suspicious, doesn't it?
Just a bit.
So, are you saying then you think we ought to go more into the voodoo angle and try to
Um,
figure that out at some point?
well, first thing I'd do is try to pull up any info on the the late sheriff, why he died, when he died, you know. Then after you get the basics, then you can go. If it turns out that there is a voodoo connection, you can go look into that after you, because the speed at which they did all of this is extremely strange.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that's not something the deputy sheriff mentioned to us. He did give us, told us when the guy died and all of that, but he didn't say anything about how fast the ceremony was.
Oh, and did the uh, deputy sheriff happen to disclose how the sheriff died?
He did, but I'm trying to remember. He did tell us, but I
Oh,
think he said
I'm
it was.
surprised. I'm surprised in that myself. I would have figured they wouldn't have told you something like that.
Well, he told us there was suspicious circumstances.
Well, there you go then. That's as far as he's allowed to tell you.
I
So,
think he said technically it was a heart attack or something like that, but he did say there was something suspicious about it.
right. Well, every time the coroner can't figure it out, they just say it was a heart attack. So, yeah, might want to talk to the coroner about it too.
Right. Or even, well, the coroner, yes, well, might even want to talk to the the police chief's family if he's got any around.
Oh, he's got a few left. They were at the service. After about 10 minutes, it looked like they were incredibly bored and looking for an excuse to get out of there, but, you know, they didn't seem horribly grief stricken by the whole thing either.
They weren't particularly distraught.
No.
Well, even that in itself seems a little suspicious, doesn't it?
Now, if you'd have walked up to the widow and whispered in her ear that she wasn't going to get his pension, you just saw her turn horribly grief stricken. And, you know, she, she would have got a, Academy Award for that, but,
Right.
yeah, because her life would have been ruined and all this shit. Like,
So I'm assuming then that she did get his pension.
yeah, because they can't pinpoint what actually killed him. Because if you look at his medical records, the one thing that doesn't pop up is heart attack.
So we didn't have heart heart disease or any sort of extenuating issues then.
Not that was ever serious enough that it showed up in his medical history. No, of
Well, this is
course he could. Of
definitely looking suspicious.
course he could have been lying the whole time. Had congestive heart failure and just never told anybody. But
Well,
lying to your doctor about something like that's not a real smart thing to do. But
no. So yeah, maybe we should do some research, see if there's anyone, that would have benefited from the sheriff's death or non-death or anything like that. And maybe we ought to see if his widow or family had any ties to the voodoo community.
oh, that's easy enough to do. Now that you got his name, you can look up the names of the family members from the obituary in the newspaper and get names and stuff like that.
Right. Whether they'll talk to us or not is a different question, but no, always try.
Well, yeah, getting anything out of them.
Well, like I said, we'll try to get the deputy sheriff to come along with us on that one. Maybe they'll open up a
Mm,
little more.
mm,
If the deputy sheriff will, go anywhere with us at this point.
yeah. Although I've got to say, he's being surprisingly helpful. Very surprisingly helpful.
Why do you say that? Well, you wouldn't expect him to be helpful?
Getting him to leave his office is like pulling teeth.
Why is that?
I have no idea. He won't he won't go out on calls and stuff anymore. I'm and this has been like this for the last year or so. And
Before the before the chief's death?
yeah, and all of a sudden he's like escorting you guys around and is all helpful and cheerful and all this crap. It's like,
Well, maybe he really doesn't want to be the chief, and he wants to figure out who did this, get it done with, and get someone in there to replace him.
possibly. It's just all looking kind of strange when you start digging into the details a bit. because it definitely doesn't look like some guy died of your average heart attack and then,
Right. And then
you,
his fingerprints start showing up on dead vampires.
yeah, you would think there'd be an immediate and exhaustive investigation, and like with anything having to do with the chief of police. You you think
Well,
this city would have made him do a autopsy or something.
well, maybe it's just such a weird thing nobody knows what to do.
Uh, But as far as I know, the body was given back to the family, and nothing's been done any further past that at this point. It's just like the police department wants everybody to forget about it.
Right.
And so all I know is there's something really weird going on here. And I bought enough supplies to ward off anything that I might need to ward off.
Well, I don't tell him this, but I'm thinking I'm still not convinced that he's not the one who's out there killing vampires. So I'm going to look over at Magnus and be like, well, do you have any more questions for him?
Magnus is like, not right now, but don't go anywhere. Because if I do have questions, and I have to find you, you're not gonna like it. So pretty much stay in the area until we're done with this. And he Magnus stares at this guy. This guy's like, fine. I'll hang out until you tell me that whatever this is over. But if you'll excuse me, I have a ritual to do.
All right. I guess we'll head on out then.
So you guys head for the door. The Rottweiler that was on the leash had been laying on the carpet by laying on the throw rug by the fireplace. He sees the two of you get up. He, he follows you to the door. He's like, and then you guys walk through the door and he steps out onto the porch and watches you guys leave.
So as soon as we're back in the car, I'm going to ask Magnus, do you trust this guy? Do you believe him when he says he didn't kill anybody?
Do I believe it when he says he didn't kill anybody? I tend to think that he didn't kill the sheriff.
Well, what about the chef? The assistant chef? You think he killed him?
That's more of a possibility. Uh, he doesn't seem like the type of guy that would be able to readily get to the chief of police.
Well, the thing is, whoever killed the chef did leave the chief of police's fingerprints on him, so you'd think it would be
Well,
one and the same guy, right?
possibly. As many people has as many people have died in this scenario so far, I'm tending to believe that whoever did it may have had help
That's possible.
because the chief of police is not going to be somebody who's out of shape. So uh, you're probably talking, and to take out other vampires, you're probably talking either a fairly high level vampire that's in good shape or a lower level one that has help. And we've got to keep both those things in mind. We're getting a lot of details, but we're not really progressing much. We're talking to a lot of people, but we're still in the preliminary stage of finding out anything really.
Right. And I mean that's just something you got to keep in mind. It probably is going to take a while.
Yeah, we're not gonna get this done in one night.
No.
Well, if you don't have any other ideas, I say we head back to my place, check on Sarah, and uh, see what kind of new clothes I ended up paying for.
Right. And see what Chef Long's got for dinner.
Well, yeah, that too. Investigating is hungry work.
Yeah.
So, uh, so the two of you get back into the Porsche, and within a matter of minutes, you're back in the uh, Magnus's driveway.
I hope your sister didn't decide to buy herself a new wardrobe with your money too.
Well, that's one of the things I need to go check on. And he comes around to your side of the car, opens the door, and helps you out of the car. So, what did you think of my new play toy?
That is very impressive.
Uh,
It didn't even feel like it got up to the speed it got up to.
yeah, I guarantee, unless they break out the helicopters, there's no cop gonna catch this car. And the person who, this chauffeur girl who normally drives, walks out of the makeshift warehouse thing and like says hello and asks the two of you, "Are you done with the car can I put it away, or uh, you need me to pull out the limo for anything? Or
No, I don't think we need the limo right now.
okay, well, if you're done with the poor soul, put it away for the evening. If you need, if it turns out you need the the limo before daylight, just you know, text me and let me know.
All right, thank you.
And the two of you walk in, and Hanley is sitting there in the living room and goes, "You won't believe how much money your sister spent." uh, Sarah might never need clothes again. uh, Magnus is like, "Yeah, I feel kind of iffy about spending money on clothes for her, considering a good portion of them are going to end up in shreds and such." So, yeah. And Sarah hears you from her room, comes running out, hugs both of you, and goes, "You should see all the clothes I've got in my room. I don't even think there's enough space for all of them." And then his sister comes walking out, and he goes, "So, did you guys leave the mall standing, or did you just buy everything out of the mall?" She goes, "You didn't tell me that was an option."
Right.
Like, I would have just bought the mall if that was an option. She says, "You know what? I'm going to look into that." She's like, "That's what I could get into, talking about a business doing something I would enjoy. Is like, if I bought up a bunch of malls, I could just go shopping all the time. It'd be great." And Magnus is like, "Well, I know they'd make a profit because they'd have all your money."
Right.
And, uh, she sort of pouts at him. It's like, about that time, Chef Wang goes, "If you would all care to join me in the dining room, dinner is about to be served."
Yeah, so
And
we'll troop on into the dining room.
he stops and pokes his head into Sarah's room and goes, "Time for dinner, little one." Get to the dining room, and she drops the clothes she was looking at and heads to the dining room. And um, you all sit down, and um, Magnus and his sister looks. Their food looks like it's a Italian version of whatever, and then yours looks like a Chinese version, and so does Chef Wong, uh, and Eddie has an actual Chef Wong has shaped it to look like an actual like sirloin steak, and it's the right color and everything. And then Sarah actually has a real life, barely cooked sirloin steak on a plate, and it's got red juices running all over the place and all. And while you guys were talking about what's been going on, Sarah literally devours the plate of food and like and she gets up from her chair and gives each one of you a squeeze and goes, I'm gonna head back into my room and start putting all these clothes away. Uh, Turns back to Magnus and goes, I might need a new dresser out of this. It's like there's more clothes here than I think I've got space for. Magnus turns to his sister and goes, Yeah, I think your aunt went a little sideways on this one.
Right.
And she gives him another one of these pouty looks. It's like, and Magnus is like, I'm glad you helped Sarah and thank you for doing that, but I don't think she needed quite that many clothing.
I'm gonna need to go feed the beast here.
Yeah. So we're gonna take a 20-minute break so that the furry creature in the other room can get food and therefore not attack the owner, uh, which would be Sean at the moment, right?
I'll be right back.
You're saving Sean from losing an appendage.
Right.
So we'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Yep.
Uh, so that'll be exactly at 11:20. We timed that pretty good. Hello and welcome back to episode 13 of Vampire the Requiem Louisville / New Orleans, at least for now. Um, so when we left before the break, you guys were still gathering information.
We'd gone back to um, Magnus's house.
Right. And you had dinner and you had seen the incredibly large pile of clothing that Magnus's sister bought for Sarah.
Right.
And she finished her steak and went running off to start putting her clothes away.
Yeah, I think the rest of us were still eating.
She sort of casually informed Magnus that she might need another dresser before all this is said and done. So, what are you guys talking about while you're finishing your dinner now that Sarah's not at the table?
Well, I guess we better get Hanley caught up on what we've learned so far, which is something, but not a whole lot.
Right.
So
Um,
we'll tell him what we who we talked to and what we learned.
Hanley's like, really? So somebody told you to go and research the dead chief of police because they think something was going on?
Yeah, I guess there might be some kind of clue regarding him himself. I don't know. We'll have to figure, we'll have to do the research and see what we find.
Yeah. I don't know how helpful the police department's gonna be if you go snooping around looking to dig up stuff on their recently deceased chief, though.
Well, that's what the internet's for. I wasn't thinking so much of the police department as honestly, I was thinking more of the chief's family. I don't know if they'd talk to us, but I was thinking, talk to some of them if they would.
Well, you can always try it and find out.
I mean, unless they were involved, I would think they'd want to know what happened if it was something, it wasn't quite above board.
Yeah, but surprisingly, there hasn't been a whole lot of news around this, which is really weird because usually if the chief of police dies, they make a fairly sizable fuss about it.
Right.
And this has been relatively quiet. So that makes me kind of iffy to begin with.
And I'd personally like to know if, his family has any experience or knowledge of the whole voodoo thing, because I'm still not convinced that's not part of it.
Well, it very well could be. We just don't know how it's part of it and to what extent it's
Right.
involved. So, how do you want to do this?
Well, I think it's probably too late tonight.
Do you
Okay.
want to do all the background stuff you can do, and then after you've got that, go talk to the family, or you want to go talk to the family first and see if they give you morally?
Well, yeah, I think I want to talk to the family first, see if we find out anything, even if it's just something they're suspicious of, and that would give us something to kind of a jumping off point.
Right. They could give you leads that you don't have right now.
Right. I think that would be the way to go.
So, um, I'm assuming you guys got the address, or I guess
No,
you,
we need to, I don't even know who his family is. We need to look that up.
yeah, you need to do enough initial research to find out who his family are, where they are, and like addresses and phone numbers and
Right.
stuff.
I mean, someone we talked to tonight mentioned a widow, so he obviously was married. So, but we have to find out her name and, if there were any siblings or children or anything.
Well, if they were married in Louisville, you that sort of stuff is public record. You can go to the courthouse and find that stuff. Or you can probably go through the courthouse's website and find it online even
Right.
these days. So, um, looks like you got a lot of information. Are you any closer to finding out who's doing this than you were
Not as much as we'd
last
like,
night?
no.
No.
But we did get a few leads, and we did talk to one of them. And I'm not convinced of his innocence, so maybe talking to him again.
Mm. That's if you're able to, because if you've talked to him once and he knows you're snooping into it, he might disappear if he was actually involved in it.
True.
Magnus uh, steps up behind you and wraps his arms around you and says, "You know, there is another way we could do this."
How's that?
You know, every large city that has a vampire component has spies in it. Because there's always the various covenants trying to spy on each other, trying to spy on the prince, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
So we could hire a couple of spies of our own and let them do the legwork on this thing, and because
Think they'd agree to that?
they're better at getting information than we would be.
You think they'd agree to it?
Give them enough money, yeah.
Oh, well, there is that. I mean, that would be nice. Then we could actually have our vacation.
Or always more of it anyway.
Right. I would
Yeah.
not be opposed to that.
Tomorrow I will talk to the head of my security. Being bikers, they've probably interacted with a few of these people before. Um, I will see who they suggest and go from there.
That might not be such a bad idea.
Oh, they might even have, who knows, they might even have a werewolf connection we can talk to. Because this is probably really strange for them too, because they don't know what's going on.
Right.
And it gives Sarah a chance to hang out with my security detail for a while. I think she likes their motorcycles. But any uh, response from the prince on any of this? Or he's still stuck in meetings and such?
I haven't heard from him.
Maybe he hasn't come up with a plan yet. Well, you guys have done a lot tonight. I think we should uh, call it an evening. 'Cause you guys have been running around all night. You're probably tired.
Yeah, I think definitely am ready to settle in for the evening.
And after Sarah gets all those clothes put up, she's going to be ready to pass out. And Hanley goes, the weird part is, I think Magnus' sisters thought Sarah was some kind of goth. All of her, all the clothes she bought the girl are, shades of black and gray and stuff. It's like,
She's a werewolf, not a
yeah,
vampire, but
well, um, I may have a talk with her and have her go with her and maybe take some of the stuff back to the store and then exchange it for things that your average 10-year-old would be more likely to wear.
right.
Uh, having a kid around adds a couple extra layers to things. I'm a vampire that owns a freaking strip club. I didn't think I'd be having a little girl running around.
Oh, she sure seems attached to you, though.
Well, yeah, she's not going anywhere, but I'm not really, you know, very practiced at this parent thing. So.
I guess we're just not. We've decided we're not going to look for her parents anymore.
It's been long enough that unless you've seen something and I haven't, if her parents were really gung ho about finding her and getting her back, there would have at least been, you know, Amber Alerts and all this stuff.
Well, I guess that might be true even for werewolves.
Well, they'd probably try to do it so that they'd look as human as possible.
Right.
So, but I haven't heard anything from anybody or seen anything on TV or any of that stuff. So
No, I haven't either.
I think they gave up on her. I think they figured that since one of them broke her leg, that they were just gonna kill her off, and they were like, "We got to get out of here." And
Right.
but so I don't think she's going anywhere. And I don't think she'd let you go anywhere if you wanted to anyway.
True enough.
So, but um, Magnus comes out of Sarah's room while you're talking to Hanley, and Magnus is like, "Okay, everything's been bagged up or hung up, and Sarah's unconscious. So apparently folding clothes is a very, sleep inducing thing. So, yeah.
For a 10-year-old, yeah.
Actually, that's probably true. Um, so, how do you guys want to handle this?
Well, I guess tomorrow we find out, like someone mentioned, we can look at the obituary, find out his family members that way. Oh, yeah, we were going to you were going to call up some of your spy friends and see if they'll
Yeah.
do all of this.
See, what I'll do is I'll talk to my security, and they can give me suggestions on which possible spies to contact. And
Still wouldn't hurt to do the research though, so we can, tell them exactly who to look for and everything, who to be.
yeah, we need to do. We need to know the names and the background of any of his family members who might be who might still be alive, so
Right,
that once we get the spies set up that we want, they can go do whatever it is they do to get more information out of these people.
right. So I guess tomorrow I can start doing the research while you're talking to your security.
Yeah. Um, you talk to Kylie so your shows are handled
Right.
for at least another week or so. Um, I think I think after we find out something, like if we find out stuff tomorrow, we should get a hold of the reps and let the prince know what we're finding out. Because ultimately, whatever happened to this guy, the prince is going to make the decision on how far we go with this. Because he's got to deal with the mayor and all the other
Right.
officials and such. Which it's uh, that's another thing that makes me think there's something going on. Is like the chief of police of a city dies, and they don't let the vampire prince of the city know this. You know, they're hiding something here. So I think after we talk to his family, if we can find a time during the night where there's nobody in his old office, we need to go look at records and stuff like that, or have, if we hire spies, have them do it.
Right. That's not a bad idea.
Because there's got to be, if there's something really weird going on, maybe there's documents connected to it.
Could be.
So, wouldn't be a bad thing to go through his office and see if we can find something.
Right. Well, even if we talked to his family and he had some sort of like a home office or something as well, we can try to
that
take a look in that too.
that too.
Because if you know someone was out to get him and he suspected it, chances are that's something he and he had proof or something. Chances are that's something he'd be more likely to keep at home than at work.
And you and I can do the home stuff and let the spies do the work stuff, because spy gets caught going through the police's desk, that's one spy. If we get caught, that's a
Right.
whole other thing. And depending on how good the references are, a good spy can probably find more stuff than we could anyway. But working with the family, we should do, because we can then convince them that we're not trying to, come up with dirt on the police chief, but we actually are. We just
Right.
can't tell them that. Unless they have a legitimate story about cause of death and how he died and all that
Or
stuff.
at least a suspicion. Maybe, like
Yeah,
I said, if they're not involved, they might be suspicious.
right.
If they are involved, well, they're not going to tell us shit.
No. But we'll find that out really quick too. They'll be like, nope, we're not, family's not talking, you have to go now.
Right.
That happens, we'll know what's going on.
Yeah.
So, but I think it is time. Uh, it's probably getting close to sunrise. So we should probably. Sarah's asleep, so you wanna. Where do you wanna? You wanna sleep in the basement like we have been doing, or what is your preference?
Well, I thought we'd been sleeping in Magnus's room.
We did once, and then we slept in the basement once or twice
Oh,
too. Like the first night, we ended up sleeping in the basement
oh. Well, yeah, I
because
guess we can sleeping down there again.
cause he was showing you the playroom, and he was like, we could just crash down here.
Yeah, we can just go down there.
He's like, we definitely have to get a few play sessions in while you guys are here.
Well, if we get spies to do most of the legwork for us, then we'll have a chance to do that.
That's true. Well, hopefully, after we talk to everybody, we'll have all that set up by tomorrow, and then we can just go from there. Hmm. But the first thing I'm going to do tomorrow is uh, check the limit on my credit card, because no doubt it's a little tighter now than it was.
Right.
Not like I can't pay it off, but it's like I just want to see how much my sister actually spent yesterday. You notice she wasn't there when we got back.
Yeah, I did notice that.
There might be a reason for that. So, and with that, uh, Hanley heads off to his room, and you and Magnus head off to the basement. And the dog sort of plops himself down on the throw rug in front of the fireplace. uh, you all, it's not long before you all are asleep because it's been a heavy day of running around. And, and that's where we'll end it, with you guys having a lot more research to do come tomorrow and see if you get anywhere.
Hmm.
So, you guys are inching forward a bit. Turns out the so-called dead sheriff might not have been as nice of a person as originally thought about. But um, I hope anybody that watches this has as much fun as we did, 'cause we always have fun doing this.
Yes.
And I always enjoy throwing twists in that my players don't see, because that's the fun part for me, for the DM and the group, is trying to mess with the players' heads as often as possible. Uh, so, and I should have this up within the next 48 hours, and so you'll be able to watch it on our channel and our podcast channel if you are more of a podcast type. Uh, Robin has just come out with a new book a little while ago. You The link to her stuff is in the description. Plus, you can go to Amazon and type in her name, and all of her stuff comes up. So go buy all of her books. In fact, the holiday season will be here before you know it. Go buy 4 or 5 copies and just give them to people. Um, Next week, if we've got enough players, it'll be Fallen Dragons again, and that's always chaos. So,
Yeah.
uh, we didn't play last Saturday because one of the players came down with COVID, and it was Core Eye, and Core Eye's thing is what we're in the middle of right now in the Underdark. So without Core Eye, we couldn't really do anything. So hopefully he is better this week and everybody will show up. But I think that's all I've got for the moment, unless you've got something you want to say.
No, see you next time.
Yeah. And with that, I'll say good night and
Bye.
uh, like and subscribe and all that good stuff. And, uh, we'll be back next week.